Approval of agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second. The agenda has been, huh? I don't know how to, I guess. For three of us is difficult, but
Still need to vote.
we need to vote, how do I say that? With three of us, just the three of us?
All in favor, say aye.
Oh, okay. It has been made a motion and seconded that we approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Say motion passes.
Motion passes. Number 5, early items. We have a celebration of student success.
I'll take it from there.
All right, Mr. Gallagher will continue with this
Okay.
portion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Tim France, our online administrator here, and he's going to share a little video of some student success that he has from his online educational program. So I'm going to turn it over to him.
Right. We will not play the entirety of them, just because
Sorry.
it's long.
Miss Wilford and Miss White have been teaching me so much, and they're the best teachers ever. My teacher is Miss Taglia and Miss Peck. And I want to thank them because they teach me and they're good teachers and they're really nice to me. Okay, Miss Miller and Miss Zimmerman are great for multiple reasons. I love the way we put up the polls. They often make it very fun. They make learning fun, and everything we do is kind of funny and awesome. And they're just cool.
We got, that's a 20-minute video. We actually had about 5 students of each grade level present to thank our teachers. And then this was our student art. just kind of pause there because this is also about another, I think it's a 5-minute video. So, but these are opportunities our students have to present to all of our families. And so we just like, I appreciate kids step forwards and get outside the bubble, because being a first grader and actually making a video of yourself and doing all that stuff is a really great character trait that we're encouraging. So we love seeing the kids participate in this. And this is from our Learn at Home. All right.
You know, the Learn at Home program is very impressive to me. And it's the first experience I had was participating in one of their what was it, assembly?
Yes, Student of the Month Assembly.
Student Month Assembly. And I got to tell you, you're used to being in a gymnasium with kids and all the interactions, everything, but suddenly your whole screen lit up with all these little faces, and they were all interacting and having fun. And so this only represents some of the work that Tim has been orchestrating with Learn at Home, and we're really excited about it. So thank you for sharing, Tim. Okay, at this point, gonna move on.
Yes.
At this point, we have a staff honors portion. Occasionally we get staff that are honored for, exceptional job that they're doing. And this happens to be an honor for the 1A Athletic Director of the Year. It says Owl City High School Mountain West League 2021. I would like for you guys to give a round of applause to Nicole Davis. Being an athletic director is a very difficult job, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, yes, it is. So congratulations, Nicole.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, it's all yours.
Now we've come to the part where it's a citizen input. Has anyone filled out a blue card and wished to speak besides Terry? Oh, there's another one. Okay, let's start with Terry Lunsford.
You could take a seat because the microphone, that way people online can hear you in the back of the room too. Thank you, Terry.
So I just wanted to give you guys a report on the donkey basketball fundraiser. It was a lot of fun, and if anybody wasn't there, they missed it. The community turned out, as well as the students and the staff. They did a fantastic job. There was a lot of fun, laughing, and I think it really brought everybody together in the community and the school and beyond that, because there's people there that don't live in our community too. We had a spaghetti dinner, which was planned by Suzette and prepared and served by her and Kaylee, and they did that all in their own time. And I can't say enough about that. That was amazing. Joy Jordan, who is our club advisor, she did a really good job organizing and executing the event. We had a lot of volunteers for the club. So there's the board members, the 5 people, and then this gave us the opportunity to meet people that we hadn't met before who volunteered, who can be an asset to the Booster Club. And that was a very, very fun thing. So all around, it was a big success. The funds that we were able to net can definitely add to our plans and projects going forward. That's it.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was fun. I do have another question that's not related to this. On the last meeting, when we redid the when the format, the new format for the meetings happened, I was questioning to someone at why that the reports weren't being read. Like the names are on the agenda, but all the head of the departments, Keenan, Joy, Tim, all these people, we weren't hearing what they had to say. So someone told me that we could go online before the meeting and look at their report. And then if we had a question, we could write it down. And I may be looking in the wrong spot, but I looked on the board section and I didn't see anything. So I just want to know where it is on there, because that was kind of one of the highlights of the board meeting for me, is to hear what they have to say, because if we don't know, you guys might ask them a question and we're like, well, what are they talking about? I don't have a clue. So that's my question.
No,
I think it's usually the board doesn't comment during comment section, but I appreciate the question. And we are currently in the process of implementing a tool called Board Books. It's sponsored by Oregon School Board Association. And once we get that up and going, we're going to have things more accessible. And you will be able to see the entire board packet 24 hours in advance. So you will know where to go. So I apologize for the confusion. We're still kind of in the transitioning phase. And Shirley's been doing some training. And we've got a lot of support for OSBA to do this. I've used this in other districts, and it's an excellent tool. And so it's coming. Be
Okay.
patient, stay tuned. Okay.
I just want to make sure I wasn't not finding it.
Yeah, we're still working out there. But thank you.
thank you for the explanation. I have a second person that would like to talk, and that's, I'm sorry if I
Russ.
murder your last name, Russ
Russ
Kearney.
Sepich, that's fine. How are you? Thank you.
So I have a concern, father of many, 3 in school, 1 future. There's a lot going on in the district and we're very supportive. We actually love this school despite some people, but I find it interesting that there are no board minutes posted for the last 4 meetings. I am currently managing a nonprofit and it is not unheard of to post minutes in a timely fashion before they are approved by the board. So noted on the website that this hasn't been sustained by the board, but the minutes are available to the public. I think with everything going on of late, it would be imperative for us. I can't be at every meeting. I work a lot and have my own things. And if there aren't minutes posted, is there a Zoom recording posted somewhere that we can watch? Because I can't find that either. So that's all I really have to say. Again, you have my full support, but I just think as a parent and member of the community, it would be important to have more visibility of what's happening.
Thank you. Do you want to comment? on this
I
now?
would love to comment because his rest of your question has a lot to do with Terry's question also. And there, again, it's going to end up in board books. It's a one-stop shopping. You'll be able to see those minutes. But minutes for the very last meeting until they're board approved won't be posted. But you're talking 4 meetings ago, and so we should, and those will be posted. Once they're board approved, then we can post them. So like if we had a meeting last month, you're not going to see those meetings posted until after tonight when the board approves those minutes. But the process will be streamlined, and I think the answer will be as we move forward. But I'll look into what your question is right now, and maybe there's another spot we need to be putting it, or because I know we're posting minutes someplace. But I'll check.
And just if this is recorded, that can be made public,
Yes, and the recordings are being made public.
but that hasn't, I don't know where that's at. If it is.
They will be getting put on the website. We're in the process of getting that.
Okay, that would be best.
Yes. We've had do a lot of restructuring in this part of it. We want to be more transparent. And I know that's the board's desire also. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Who has filled out a card? Okay, that completes the public comment. Now we have come to the point where we need to appoint some new board members. And I'm turning this over to Vince Adams from OSBA to chair this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, my name is Vince Adams. I'm a school board trainer with the Oregon School Boards Association. Actually, I'm a neighbor. I just live over in Corvallis Board. Prior to working with OSBA, supporting program planning, and so I've been in and around Alsea. Actually, love this part of Benton County. So it's really a pleasure to be here and to support the board in the vacancy process. So the way this is going to happen is that we are going to ask our applicants
to leave, and we're going to bring them in one at a time, and we're going to have the board interview them. And then the board is going to rank the applicants based on their review of the application materials and the interviews. And then we'll tally those rankings, and hopefully at that point, we'll be at a place where the board will be confident in going ahead and making a motion to make some decisions on filling these two positions. So that's what the process that we're going to go through. So at this point, I need our 6 applicants to leave the room, and then we're going to go ahead and close the door, because and the reason for that is because they're going to be interviewing, and we want each person to have the privacy, and we don't want anyone to have an advantage over other applicants. So we'll let that happen. All right, and if we can get the door closed, that would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, so actually, I probably should have just kept Soren in the room here because he is our first applicant. So can I have a staff member fetch Soren? Sorry, that was kind of.
Thank you, Tim.
So we'll let Soren come in and then we'll explain. Soren, come on in and have a seat in the front. Soren, this is your opportunity to interview with the board. Vice Chair Follett is going to be asking you a series of questions. For each question, you're going to have 2 minutes. When you get to 30 seconds, I'll raise my hand, so keep your out of the corner of your eye, and then I'll go ahead and have you stop after 2 minutes. Okay. Any questions on process?
No, just how it goes.
All right. Our first question is, what is LC School District's biggest challenge, and how would you work on the board to address it?
Well, being just a community member, I'm not privy to a lot of details of things that have been going on. I just know there's been some kind of what I would consider almost chaos, and my being here is just I want to make sure that the school continues to work as a school, for my family and everybody else in here. And so the biggest challenge, I guess, would just be to make sure that LC continues as a school where you can get all the kids can get a good education. And personally, again, not being privy to too many details, I think that staff retention is a big challenge here. When I was a kid going to school here, there were, career teachers that were here every year, that good teachers that you could count on them being here every year. And I noticed that, sometimes that's just not always the case anymore. And I think that's probably, for whatever reasons, that's a challenge to keep teachers here long-term. And I think that's just something that should be addressed.
What is the board's relationship with the children served by the district?
The board oversees the operations of the school, and all the children in the district go to school here, and it's kind of a trickle down, I guess. The board oversees the operations and makes, runs how the school operates, and then, the kids come to school. And so the board definitely has a lot of control over what the kids get in their learning. I don't have a lot of words to explain that. It seems, it's just the board controls operations of the school, and the kids go to the school, and that's.
And what do you think makes Alsea School District unique?
The school district is unique because of generally the area that is around here. That's a kind of it pulls kids from a large area. Unlike, a lot of metropolitan school districts will have many kids, but they're all come from a pretty small area. And we have fewer kids here, but they come from a pretty large area. I remember riding the school bus an hour each way just to get to school, because we live that far away. And it's just, that is one unique aspect. Like, a lot of your friends at school are not necessarily your close by neighbors. And so a lot of social interactions actually happen through the school here because of distances as well. that's my main take on what's unique about it.
All right, thank you.
All right, those were the three questions that they had. You're welcome to stay in the room, and then we'll go ahead and have Sarah Cash come on in.
Thank you.
Somebody get Sarah. Okay. Okay.
Hey, Sarah, come on up. So the board has three questions for you. You'll have 2 minutes to respond to them.
To all three.
Oh, no, 2 minutes each
Okay.
on each of them. And Chair Follett will be asking all the questions. So you're welcome to start.
All right. What is Alsea School District's biggest challenge and how would you work on the board to address it?
Well, this might sound like a cop-out, but when I was writing my letter of intent, I actually thought about this. And I realized that the biggest challenge is having a long look forward. It's easy right now to be caught up, activated by everything that's happening in the moment. And of course, I suspect there are going to be some very difficult decisions that have to be made over the next period of time. And that's important too. But what's really important is the kids and building a stronger future, not just recovering from these blows that the district has received, but building a stronger future for the kids. Our precious kids. I mean, we all know each other well enough that, we care about all these kids in the first person, not just generically because they're kids. So that's what I think.
What is the board's relationship with children served by the district?
Well, the role of the board is, I see it as kind of a liaison between the community and the school. Of course, they have huge decision-making responsibilities. But I suppose if we're going to talk specifically about the school children, is that what you mean? The school children in Alsea, we're going to say that the job is to see to the well-being of the children's future through education, through other programs that may be available at the school, and to keep the children as the first priority, no matter how many other factors there may be to take into consideration.
And what do you feel makes Alsea School District unique?
Oh my goodness, I could go. Can I have half an hour?
You've only been using about a minute, so.
What makes Alsea School? Is that what you, tell me again, Racine?
What makes Alsea School District unique?
Oh my gosh. I absolutely love this school. I could just go on and on about what makes it unique. I could tell you the story of the first day I had Cashier in kindergarten and what I saw outside the front door. I could tell you the stories of when I've picked him up from the bus after, nature camp. I could tell you all these stories. I could tell you the first time I went to a Christmas program and what happened there. So, being on the outside looking in, it's just infinite delights. What I enjoyed when I was working here was the size allows for flexibility. And once we became a charter school, I didn't understand how much more flexibility that was going to give us. And in ways that can be a pitfall, but it can also be super positive. So, I was able to do that wonderful program for the grade school kids to have more academic challenge. And I just love, I don't know, the staff knows all the kids' names, and I feel like the staff actually really care about every one of the kids. And I think that this school, I know that this school, with the right guidance and some wise decisions, moving forward from here, we could end up with a better school than we ever had. Of course, I don't know the old days. I wasn't here, and it sounds like it was heaven, 30 years ago in this school. But why do we have a brain drain to Philomath? Why don't we have a fabulous school right here for the kids, right here in this town? Let's give the kids the academic experience that they can have right here in our own town. So that's part of what I think is exciting about the school is that we have that kind of flexibility. We're not this huge, unwieldy, unmanageable thing that you can just barely keep grinding along. We can be agile and flexible and do these exciting things.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Done. So I didn't even tell you the stories. I got some good stories.
Maybe after the meeting, you can tell me what was outside the kindergarten.
Oh my God.
But don't tell me now.
Don't tell you now. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Thank you. You're welcome to stay in the room, and we'll go ahead and have Robert Webb come in. Welcome, Robert. Come on up. So the board has 3 questions for you. You have 2 minutes to answer each of them, and I'll be timing you. And about 30 seconds, I'll raise my hand. So keep me out of the corner of your eye. Is there anything else that I have to say? I think that's it. Christine, it's all you.
What is Alcee School District's biggest challenge? And how would you work on the board to address it?
I think right now the biggest challenge is just getting everybody where you're all on the same page, or we're all on the same page, because it's been such a one-sided thing for such a long time that it's just going to take a while.
What is the board's relationship with children served by the district?
The boards, I would just say that children always got to come first, no matter how you do it. So the board's relationship is to make sure that the children are the first ones in the list of everything being taken care of, and that everything continues to be good for them.
And what do you feel makes Alcee School District unique?
What makes it unique as a parent is raising your kids out here. You really don't have to worry about them, because if they do something wrong, you're going to find out. This school is beyond unique. It's a school district that you will never hear about hardly anywhere else. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Robert. All right, and you're welcome to stay in the room, and we'll have Ryan come in. I'll reset my timer. Yep, come on up. Ryan, the board has 3 questions for you. You'll have 2 minutes to answer each of them. And at 30 seconds, I'll wave my hand at you. So watch me out of the corner of your eye. And I think that's it. Christine, go ahead.
All right. What is Alcee School District's biggest challenge, and how would you work on the board to address it?
I would say, as of right now, transparency, getting topics out to the public and letting them know what's actually going on with the school district, with the Learn at Home and all the other programs. And then also the bond. And then this is a year interim, which would be good to, have a year of especially construction background. to get this bond actually going quick and on pace and ready to go.
What is the board's relationship with children served by the district?
Can you repeat that question?
What is the board's relationship to the children served by the district?
In my opinion, the board is supposed to overlook funding and make sure the superintendent is doing his job so that the kids can get an education and that we can keep staffing.
What makes Alcee School District unique?
That it's small, quaint, very close neighbors, a lot of family, and I would like my kids to graduate from here as I did, and so did my wife's family for many years. And I would just like to help the school go forward as a board member to do that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ryan. You're welcome to stay in the room. And our next one is going to be Jeff. So set the timer. Step on up, Jeff. You're in the hot seat. So
Mr. Gallagher?
the board has 3 questions for you. You have
Okay.
2 minutes to respond to each of them. And at 30 seconds, I'll wave my hand a little bit. So watch me out of the corner of your eye.
All
Vice
right.
Chair.
What is Alcee School District's biggest challenge? And how would you work on the board to address it?
There's a lot of challenges in the school district, one being that funding in small districts is always troublesome. And we have to think outside of the box, as a board and Mr. Gallagher as superintendent, to make sure we actually can responsibly conserve our finances, as well as making the school district appealing to outside students.
What is the board's relationship with children served by the district?
More on the board as more of a relationship with the parents, being that they are the conduits. I don't know if it's appropriate necessarily for a board member to address the student's particular desire. It'd be more along the lines of directing a parent to speak to Mr. Gallagher first and go up the chain of command at that point.
And what do you think makes Alcee School District unique?
Personality and the fact that we are a tight-knit small community where almost everyone knows almost everyone else. It makes it very unique as far as problem solving, both good and bad.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And you're welcome to stay in the room, and we can have Jamie come in. Jamie, step right up here. The board has 3 questions for you.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes to respond to each of them. And at 30 seconds, I'll kind of wave my hand. So watch me out of the corner of your eye.
Okay.
And Chair Paul.
All right. What is Alcee School District's biggest challenge and how would you work on the board to address it?
I think the current issue for our district is the lack of community involvement, and there's been a history of lack of transparency with the district. And so I want to work at opening the meetings up more, getting more involvement from community members, parents, students for that matter, to come in and have a voice of what the future of their school is.
What is the board's relationship with children served by the district?
The board's relationship, I kind of think we're a liaison between families and the district. We have intricate knowledge of the goings on of our community and families. And we're here to bridge that and help the district advocate and serve the families and the community, families and students to the best of their needs.
And what do you feel makes Alsea School District unique?
Knowing firsthand how incredibly deep the roots are in this community for families in this area, and the unique charter format that we've created, allowing outside families coming in, and how welcoming and inviting Alsea has been to outside community members. But the history, I think, is incredibly unique.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Applicants, thank you for interviewing. I think, why don't we have the board stand at ease for a few minutes and allow you to go ahead and do your ranking. I think this is a good time to get into the cookies. So I'm going to set a timer. Board members, do you think 5 minutes would be long enough for you to reflect on your ranking?
I'm good with 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I'm setting a 5-minute timer. All right, cookie time.
Oh, okay. She said she has to, actually Vincent might need this. She said
two candidates, and then I tallied it up that count. So and the results are up. Ryan Van Leuven got 3. Robert Webb got 2, and Sarah Cash got 1. At this point, would any members like to make a motion to appoint? Just reminding members that the 2 vacant seats are number 3 and number 4.
Given this, I'll make a motion to appoint Ryan Van Leuven to position 3.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to appoint Ryan Van Leuven to position number 3. Director Lindbergh, how do you vote?
Yes.
Director Paul, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Director Montanez?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Brian Van Leuven, congratulations, you've been appointed. So is there a motion to appoint one of the applicants to position number 4?
I'll make the motion to appoint Robert Webb to position number 4.
Is there a second?
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Robert Webb to position number 4. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Okay. Director Lindbergh, how do you vote?
Yes.
Director Paulette, how do you vote?
Yes.
Director Montanez, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. And congratulations. Robert Webb, you've been appointed to position number 4. At this point, the appointments have been made by statute. The board is obligated, or the chair is obligated, to administer the oath of office. And so we'll go ahead and swear those individuals in. And at this point, I'm yielding the meeting back to the chair. My duties are done.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome.
Could Ryan Van Leuven and Robert Webb come forward, please? Okay, we're going to do this both of you at the same time, so we're going to break this up a little bit. So could you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Robert Webb. Go ahead. Being first duly sworn, will support the Constitution and the laws of
Will support the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America and the state of Oregon, the policies of the Alsea School District,
policies of the Alsea School District,
and will faithfully and impartially discharge
faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the school board member
the duties of the school board member, the duty of the school board member,
to the best of my ability, so help me God.
to the best of my ability, so help me God.
I would just like to say thank you to the other applicants that did step forward. I really do appreciate it. I know this has been really tough for everybody, so thank you.
So you've already gone through 7. So now we're at consent agenda, which includes minutes and bills. Through 30 seconds. Yeah, it's getting a little bit.
Yeah,
Drinking
sure.
a fire hose right now. But I think you'll see the process and don't be afraid to ask questions.
Okay.
So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
We are going to go forward with the consent agenda, and that is number A is approved minutes from April 14th. I guess I don't have to list them all, but there's a whole list of them. Does anyone wish to remove them from
The consent agenda for further consideration individually.
yeah, remove them from the consent agenda for consideration individually. You guys need a few minutes.
Do you need a minute to read through anything?
If you guys are good with them, I'll be okay today.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't want
like-
to go through 6 months?
I was gonna say, that's quite a few on there.
So I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. The second one is to approve, well, I guess we should have done it together, and it should, second one be to approve the bills.
Oh, I'm gonna move, I moved to do the entire consent agenda as an approval.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah. The motion has been made and seconded that we approve the consent agenda, both minutes and bills. Favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? All right, we have district reports and information at this time. Comments from the superintendent Gallagher.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. For Ryan and Robert, this is an easier section for you, although there's a lot of information here. So as I'm talking about what's going on from my standpoint, there's submitted district reports in there from the different administrators who are in the room. And if you happen to see something as you read through this, now's the time to ask them those questions after I finish my presentation. So I'm going to go kind of continue commenting on developments within the district from the superintendent standpoint. And I'm going to be hitting a lot of the same themes and just kind of updating people about where we're at. In terms of board development, I think tonight's appointment of 2 new board members is huge. So thank you, gentlemen, for willingness to serve, and thank you to those that also applied and were willing to serve. There's always other opportunities within the school district to serve also, whether it's budget committees or building committees, or could be coaching or volunteering, lots of different opportunities. And we certainly encourage you to continue to look for those opportunities. But in terms of board development, one of the bigger projects we have coming at us is an Oregon School Boards Association policy development project. It's basically taking our existing policies and saying, okay, what kind of policies do we need to update here? State laws, federal laws, things of that nature change constantly. And we always have to keep our policies up to date, because that's what drives the district. When we need to know how to deal with a complaint, or deal with finances, or deal with student behaviors or things of that nature, policies drive everything. So it's important that they are updated. So we have some people coming from OSBA in a short period of time, and they're going to be helping us dive through those policies and making sure everything's updated. And it's a big project. It's going to require a lot of board attention, a lot of reviewing policies, a lot of asking questions, a lot of engagement with the community. So those of you that are interested in engaging, that's an excellent way to engage with the board. Those will be open for public view. Oftentimes, there's a first, second, and sometimes a third reading on a policy. Some of those can be kind of controversial. And it's important that we reflect upon what the law is and also the areas that the board has discretion to make decisions in, such as, always, never, or sometimes. Might be an example of a board decision they can make in a certain aspect. But OSBA is a team of lawyers and they guide us through that whole process. Also, conducting efficient and effective board meetings. And so the 2 public comments we had today were excellent. We appreciate those. And just stay with us, stay patient, because we're continuing to work forward on this. And so they are efficient and effective, they're timely, and we get the information out to the public in a timely fashion. From my chair, I'm really interested in increasing communications. An organizational chart, a hierarchical chart is in front of the board for approval tonight. And that includes a public information officer position, which is not a full position. It's not benefited. It is simply a personal services contract, but it's a way to deliver the message. You saw some great student success tonight. You saw some great staff success tonight. That's what defines our district. And you heard interviews from potential board members tonight that talked about the uniqueness of this district and the many wonderful attributes it has. That's the messaging we need to get out there. And so the PIO position is going to be really important for us to help capture those wonderful things that we see every day. And donkey basketball, I don't know how many times I've gotten requests, can we do it again? So I think the community just loved it. And I was there, we had lots of staff there, community members there. We just had a great time. So thank you to the boosters for putting that on and sponsoring that. Also, other ways to communicate is my exposure to staff and students on a regular basis. Also, what I like to call fireside chats. And some of those will be open for the public too, once I get those going. It's just a matter of time, just sit down and say, hey, come on in and chat with the superintendent. Maybe we'll have some cookies and some tea and, some water or something like that. And we can just chat about anything. What's going on? What kind of questions do you have? I think those are wonderful avenues, not a complaint forum, but a place to just simply ask questions. And I might even ask questions of the people that attend too, because I'm new to the community and it helps me to understand the community as I interact and dialogue with community members. In terms of personnel, I think you heard a little bit of it tonight. We were conducting a lot of reviews of our personnel structures and redefining who is doing what and for what purpose and where does that fit and what's the job description look like. That's an HR reset project that we're working with COSA, which is the Confederation of Oregon School Administrators. And we're going to have 1, possibly 2 highly qualified consultants coming in that are experts in the personnel realm. And we're pushing reset. What about this position over here? Does this person actually know what they're doing in terms of the job expectations? How do the salaries match? Are they balanced, unbalanced? What about the benefits? What about vacations? What about, you just start asking all these questions. And I think it's important we bring in the experts to help consult us on this. I know enough to be dangerous. I'll just tell you that right now. I'm not an expert in HR, but there are those people that are out there that are experts. And COSA has really done a good job of trying to help find those people that can come in and consult with us. So that's going to be a big project also coming up. In terms of hires, I know staff retention and recruitment is a big one, especially as we listen to the news and we understand about all these labor shortages, and that also includes teachers and IAs and cooks and bus drivers and the whole bit. I know that I think the McKenzie School District has had to shut their doors a few days because they didn't have enough bus drivers. We hope that to never have that happen here. But this is where we could use your help because we're in such a labor market shortage. Oftentimes word of mouth, somebody knowing somebody who knows a couple other people. Sometimes that's the best way to get that word out of finding really highly qualified people that can come in and be good fits for our community. And we all understand the attributes of this community. Well, let's sell it. Let's talk to people. And let's say, hey, you need to come and check this out. If you want to have them call me, I'll be more than happy to talk to any potential candidates, or they can come on down for a visit. We'll tour them around. You know, they need to see the attributes. They need to see what I saw the moment I walked into the school district and went, wow. And we got something special here. And I think this is a very inviting environment for any teacher. We're not talking class sizes of 40 plus. You know, we're talking small class sizes. We're talking the environments that you even talked about with, you know, everybody knows everybody and the camaraderie and it's almost like a family nature here. And our staff are just, they step up to the plate all the time. That in itself speaks volumes to potential candidates. So right now we have at least one elementary teacher opening. And we have a business manager opening. Nancy, who's going to give our business manager report, is actually a contracted business manager, just kind of, she's helping us out. And I'd love for her to stay around, but you know, that's not where we're at this point. So we need a business manager. We're also in desperate need of a K through 12 counselor. That is a glowing, obvious deficiency we have for our kids. And that's where the staff, they're stepping up and playing counselor in a lot of roles just to help support our kids. If we had a certified counselor that is more in the mode of preventive rather than reactionary, that will help really settle even more the environment we have here and help teachers to teach more and students to learn more and make sure that it's not only the academic health that we need to take care of for our kids, it's the social emotional health too. And that's very, very important. We still have kids that are coming off of the post-COVID crisis, you know, that the socialization hasn't been there. They're still transitioning and they're reacting to that. And I know for myself as an adult, I'm sure there's other people in here, it wasn't easy to go through. Well, social emotional health, well-being for kids is vitally important. And what may seem to be fairly minor for us, for a kid is pretty major. And so if you happen to know somebody that is a counselor or wants to be a counselor, one of the applicants mentioned the charter school and aspect that gives us a lot of flexibility in terms of licensure. And so there's a lot of attributes that we can employ to make sure we find the right person. And we're always looking for the highest qualified applicant possible. And that's something I'm very determined on. So help us with that. If you know of people, give them a call. If you know somebody knows somebody else, give them a call or have them call me. Be more than happy to talk to them. Budget meeting next Thursday, the 19th. Shirley, is it dinner at 5?
5:30.
5:30 and budget meeting 6. The budget is probably the biggest driver for any school district in terms of checks and balances, making sure that the school district is spending the valuable tax dollars for the greatest value possible. And so Nancy and I have been working on the budget, and we predict that this is going to be the best budget that this district has seen in a long time. Now, we still have a lot of work to do. We really do. And this next year, we're going to see a lot of waves with the budget because we had to do a lot of work in terms of making sure we're putting the right dollars in the right drawer of the file cabinet. Can I catch my analogy there? You know, and it's hard to build a budget if you've charged expenditures to transportation that really should have been in food service or should have been in curriculum. So we've been doing a lot of reshuffling and say, oh, that should have gone over here, that should have gone over there. That way we have a good history in terms of, oh, we spent this much in curriculum last year, which gives us an idea what we need to budget for this upcoming year. So the budget is simply the best predictor in a certain time period that we can put together for next year. It doesn't mean that there's going to be fluctuations next year. And we understand that. We still have a lot of work to do with that, but I certainly invite you to engage in the budget. We're going to have the budget posted online. If you want some easy reading, might put you to sleep at night, but you know, it's pretty good reading, isn't it, Nancy? Yeah, absolutely. So engage in that process. Also curriculum. Lori Greenfield is helping me in this area. We're having teachers look at some language arts textbooks and curriculum materials for next year. We're also re-looking at math because there's been some holes we've identified with the math program, and it's time to reset on that. And so I'm really excited about that process, and that is more inclusive and transparent with staff. And also we're going to want some parent input too on those sorts of things. So a lot of that state driven too, in terms of what curriculum is approved and what isn't. But it's important we get the right resources in the hands of this teaching staff, because we don't want them sitting there writing curriculum. We want them teaching. The curriculum needs to be provided for them, the tools and the resources they need, whether it's technology or training or whatever, so they have the right tools in the toolbox that they can do their job. Somebody mentioned bond earlier. We have a very focused direction right now with the bond. I'm hoping we have the information on the website that's been updated. I'll have to double check. We also have Scott Marshall here who's going to present in a few minutes, giving us a bond update. And I'll tell you folks, I'm really excited about this project. I know that the bond project promised this, and we're only going to afford that. And I'm not going to get into all everything why, but we have a focused board approved list now that's given Scott the go ahead to be able to really drive this stuff forward. And that's going to include a new vocational or a CTE center, which is wonderful. I'm really excited about that. It's going to provide a new kitchen cafeteria facility, which is a community facility, can be used for a lot of different types of events, plus making sure that our students are well nutritioned. It's going to provide for some serious electrical work that we need done. Serious. We're way overtaxed on that right now, because the building was designed when we didn't have all these electronic devices. And so we're going to get that going. Also redoing of the HVAC system, and that's under air quality. We're able to take some dollars from the ESSER grant, which is a federal COVID grant, and applied to that also to help offset those costs. So we can make sure we get new HVAC systems throughout the building. We also have to do some abatement of the boiler room, because we have to remove the boiler. The boiler is beyond old. It's ready to be retired and go to the scrap mill. And so that's why we're redoing the HVAC systems. So I'm excited about the bond project. I'm excited to do more communication with the community and help in that process. We've got a lot of resources involved with that right now, including a consultant that the ESD graciously got for us that is helping guide us through this process to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. So I could go on and on and on, but excited about where we're headed, folks. There's some really neat stuff that is going on. Don't hesitate to contact me if you have questions, and I'd be more than happy to visit with you. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
On these action items,
We have to go through the district.
oh, I
reports.
missed that.
Yeah. So this would be the time for the board to ask questions of any of these written reports that were submitted to the administration.
Okay.
Okay.
So our next agenda here is the district reports. All of our board members have read most of them, I believe. And does anybody have any questions of any of the people that have submitted them?
I have a couple for Keenan.
Okay.
So the shop heater was installed. Isn't that door normally open all the time? So pretty much a mute point.
No, in the winter, it is now because
So then I see there's plans, Scott's drawn up plans free of charge. Okay.
Keenan,
So
if you could speak up a little bit, it's hard
Maybe
for,
we'll-
or if you want to take the hot seat. Thank you.
That way all of the online participants can hear.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank
So
you.
then
You want to go back over it or?
Does anybody need him to repeat what he said? So then the building permits, is that gonna be a cost of the,
That will be at the cost of school, yes.
do you know what that is?
I do not. With what they're going for now,
That was my two questions.
I'm gonna keep you in the hot seat, 'cause I just have
Sure.
one more
What you
question. So in the budget where we estimated out $10,000 for the equipment, or sorry, for the rebuild.
Yep.
Do you have a cost of list of materials for us to look at and really an outline of that budget? And before you answer, I just want to tell you my fear. My fear is that we'll go over budget and start playing that game where we steal from other bank accounts. And so I
Sure.
want to take the time to evaluate that and look at the risk, make sure we get that budget approved for the right amount before we approve something.
Yes, I agree. And on that note, obviously that price could change. It could go higher, it could go lower.
We always hope for
It
lower.
won't be for another month and a half that it happens, so with everything fluctuating, that's just kind of a ballpark.
Okay.
And Keenan, you've built a budget for this project already?
Yes.
I don't think we have that. Could we get that
Yes.
budget? Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Sure.
I have one more question. So this new building that you're talking about building out here for your tools and stuff, and that's pretty close proximity to the preschool. And I, having worked for the government, there were some issues with the proximity to children and herbicides. Do you plan on having herbicides of any kind?
No, it will simply store the tractor, yard maintenance stuff, things of that nature.
Okay.
Chemicals, no.
And it'll be locked, right? I
Yes.
mean,
It'll be locked. There is a fence around the preschool, so.
And if I remember right, a lot of that equipment is out in the elements right now.
Some of it is. Yes.
Some of it is.
One of the biggest issues and pushes for this is so that the buses can get in the bus barn. And where Rich is not laying in the gravel or in the cold, on cold concrete, working on a bus.
Just one. So your 10,000 estimated cost does not include building.
Correct.
That's all for me.
anybody else want to grill him in the hot seat?
Come on, you got two more. Use it.
We'll come back. We'll get you on the
Yes,
next
it
one.
will. I know it will.
It will, because you gotta be borderline happy enough for him, even if you tear everything out of the back.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you
Is good?
so
Thank
much.
you.
Yep. Thanks, Keenan.
All right, is there any other?
I do actually have a question.
Oh.
How come this was implemented last board meeting on doing it this way with the reports? Is it time saving?
Well,
Or
it's
what?
time saving because we've been getting the packets out to board members well in advance.
But I mean, them speaking on like the highlights of what the school's doing and that kind of thing. They don't talk anymore. So I just was wondering what the reason.
Well, people
just
do
time.
view these reports online.
And they will be
And
able to
will.
get, okay.
Yes, yeah, so they can look through them too. It'll be before the meeting.
Perfect.
Yes. Like I
Keeps
said,
us
we're
from
we're
being here at
we're in
midnight.
we're in a
What's that?
tweener time right now.
Keeps us from being here at midnight.
Yeah, no, perfect. As long as they're posted before meetings and then people can see what's happening and
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
just so you know, they've been trying to get the board packets out on Friday before. So you have the whole weekend and the week to prepare yourself. And I find it a lot easier for myself because I never know when
Time.
I have time.
yeah, exactly.
And so, yeah, it's been great.
Good.
Okay. All right, so we're talking, we'd like to have Scott Marshall come forward and give us an update on the bond project.
I'll take the hot seat.
Good evening, everybody. This past month has been really productive for us. Having been able to work with the district and the bond oversight committee and actually nail down and determine what the project prioritization is going to be has been a real blessing for both the design team and also for the contractor.
because now we know that, okay, these are the actual, order of things we need to do. And it's been real helpful. So as a result of that, the conditional use application is done and approved. I haven't seen the written letter yet, but I've talked to her on the phone, and yes, we're good. There's a project outside of the bond funding that rode the conditional use application through, which the school district has permitting for now. So by virtue of that, it's officially been approved. So that's great news. We have multiple projects in for permitting at different various phases in the process. The 6th through 8th classroom building that we submitted back in February is still under review, but it's nearing completion. The power panel room in the hall project is currently out to bid. And we will have a GMP, which is a guaranteed maximum price from CB Construction by next board meeting. So the process that they use is you have a project, you put it out to bid, you gather all of the contractor puts together bid packages, which address all of the different components of the project. So you get one for painting and you get one for flooring, and then they combine those together, put together a guaranteed maximum price, which is a locked in cost for that specific portion of the project. And then that rolls into the construction contract that the CMGC has with the school district. So the GMP is saying, okay, we've run through, the CMGC has been really diligent about pulling all the numbers together. This is full transparency of what all of our bids were. This is what the amount is. And then that's approved. And then that is basically the igniter for everything as far as the construction aspects of moving forward. Power service upgrade project. We received 2 bids. The lowest bid being $750,903. So CB Construction is getting the GMP put together for that, and he'll have that compiled next week. I did talk to Consumers Power today. They will have the utility companies impact costs to you guys if they haven't done so already. And they promised me finalized engineering from the utility company either tomorrow or Tuesday. I did talk directly to Heather, who's the project engineer on that. And we played email back and forth as I was responsibly pulling over and texting and then getting back on the road. So we got that taken care of. So we made a lot of headway on with them as well. So that's good news. The VOC shop was submitted for permitting to the county, and CB Construction is putting out bid packages together, and we'll get it out for bidding currently. We were able to figure out the HVAC upgrades to the classroom and the gymnasium construction drawing phase. We'll have that project ready to basically permit and bid within 4 to 6 weeks. And then the cafeteria and kitchen repurpose and all those other prioritized projects, we want to get together our basically our comprehensive bond project schedule so that we can align those and figure out where those fall in as far as cascading after those projects. So those are in process. We are putting together the master schedule will help us determine what that timing of those are and what the most optimal is for that. So on the schedule, this is the soonest that construction could potentially start, and I have it being estimated because, like I said, now that we know what the order is of things and have a really good bearing on what the project phasing is, CB's putting together the critical path construction schedule. And so what the critical path construction schedule is it will list all of the projects and sequence them all. And then the key part being the critical path, which is the path that activities have to happen in order for the next activity to occur. So if something gets accelerated, then the whole project from that point forward accelerates. And if it gets delayed, then the whole part of the project basically gets delayed from there. So that helps you monitor and stay within track. So that's being assembled right now, considering all of the different phases. So the power service upgrade, they're putting together the GMP, depending on how the approval process is, because this is how the approval process goes and what the contracting is like with the subcontractor. I have these estimated times, best case scenario, 2 to 3 weeks. The power panel room and hallway, we'll get the bid results in a couple weeks, and then again we have to put together the GMP, compile all the subcontractor bids. The VOC shop is going to slated to bid on 5/20. A best case scenario for construction to start would be 6 weeks, and then the HVAC upgrade will have a mid-June bidding period. So right now, we've been proactive with the building department for all of our permitting. And like I said, we have a non-bond project that we put bid in for the district and wrote a lot with a conditional use, and we have that permit, actually got it today. We're working on completion of the HVAC upgrade drawings. We're bidding the power panel room and the hallway, which is necessary for the power upgrade. We're finalizing the GMP for the power service upgrade. We'll be, this upcoming month, we'll be bidding the VOC shop, and we'll also be completing the bond critical path construction schedule. Then on the next page lists the project prioritization as discussed with the bond oversight committee meeting, and power service upgrade being first, power panel room and hallway being second, HVAC upgrades being third, VOC shop building being fourth, and then the cafeteria and kitchen repurpose being fifth. The ordering of that has to do with the fact that, and the reason that they're phased and they're separate projects is because completion of one or starting of one is dependent on the next portion. So we have to do the power service upgrade first and get that rolling, because regardless of what happens, we don't have enough power for the building. The power panel room is where the basically all of the power, where the new power panels will go and where the new service goes, so that the school district can utilize their existing power backbone while we do the work. So the power won't ever be out except for a day when they basically switch the wires. So those two kind of go together. The HVAC upgrades, they need the power because right now the heating system uses diesel fuel. And so no power, no HVAC. The VOC shop needs to happen because where it is currently now is where the cafeteria and kitchen is going to go. So that function, the classroom and the shop needs to move out so that we can repurpose that space for the kitchen and the dining. So they're all intertwined together. And so that's why the prioritization is in that way. So next month, we're gonna cross our fingers, get the permits for the power panel room in the hallway. Get permit issuance for the classroom building. We're gonna get a GMP and CPI final engineering for the power upgrade. That's gonna be all done. And we'll be in process of bidding the new VOC classroom building, and we'll have the critical path construction schedule completed by then. So the highlights and challenges this past month was getting conditional use from the county. We had a bunch of squeaky wheels from multiple directions, working in tandem to get that information, and it worked, and we were able to get that. So that was good. Part of the crafting of the critical path schedule is to anticipate supply chain delivery, material delivery, making sure that we have everything appropriately spaced out to accommodate some of the challenges in the construction industry right now. So that's another thing that we're considering, so we don't you can get yourself into a pickle if you decide you're going to replace, and do certain things, and then find out you can't get what you need for 8 weeks. And then you're committed to going through that process, and we don't want to have issues for the district, obviously, by getting the horse in front of, or the cart in front of the horse. And then just real briefly on the funding, what my tabulation is we, as far as bond expenditures to date, which includes the student toilet room remodel, permits, fees, engineering. We're at $384,739. And then that leaves us around $4 million left in bond funding. So.
Okay, I got some questions.
Sure.
So you said the utility upgrade is 750,000. So that's 250,000 over the estimated budget. So if we keep doing that on all these items and we're already over budget, what's going to get cut here? Because these are all pretty, you need these projects.
Right.
So
we'll go through a value engineering process as we go forward, and that's part of the reasoning for the phased approach. That will give us, it will give us control and pieces as we go through each one. And that's kind of why we formed it that way all along, so that we can control the costs as we move forward. A big portion of that cost was the generator. That's the generator and the associated equipment, transfer switch. So.
Because I have a feeling that 1.5 for the locate shop is going to be probably a little higher too. So, I mean, these are kind of all priority items, but where to start now?
When we designed the priority list, we know there's going to be some flexibility in the end. We don't know what the bid will come in at, as you know, and process, and we're just hopeful. But, you're right. Things have been going up pretty fast, and it may influence how far we can go with this. Plus, the district is looking at other funds that can be applied to this. I mentioned ESSER funds as an example. We can apply several $100,000 of that. I'm still working on that right now to the HVAC, and that'll help offset some of these things also. We want to be able to get as much of this stuff done as we can. We really, really do. But you're exactly right. We're taking a leap of faith there and moving down in the process. We may have to make some tough decisions towards the end. We don't know at this point.
And then I guess on the contracts, max budget for them, is there a timing on that contract for the subs? Say they bid it now and it doesn't actually happen for a while and things go up, and they still have this max cost. I mean, they're gonna have a time set on their contract.
Yeah, that's typically there is. I can't speak directly to that. That's more of a CMGC question.
Okay.
Also want to comment on the timeline that Scott was talking about earlier. We're still working on that right now, but anytime you deal with construction project with a school, you only have a certain window of time during the summer, and so I predict we're gonna have to do some strategic planning on this. And we're starting to have those discussions right now. Strategic planning to support teachers and staff that their instructional area might be disturbed in this project, and so they need to possibly pack some things up and preserve some things. We also need to look at student access over the summer. The big question is, can we have any student access over the summer on the facility? I don't have the answer to that yet. And then, gee, if there are delays in product acquisition, you know what I'm talking about, when you get the product, the stuff that you got put in the building. It's getting 8:29,
It's getting
my
long.
talker is getting tired. But when there's delays in acquiring a transformer, acquiring wiring or heating units or things like that, that could also extend it. And so we may be looking at some overrun even into the fall. And those are always difficult. I've been through multiple school projects that there is some overlap, and we'll just have to work with the contractors. And we're asking the public to be patient with this, and particularly with our staff. And we want to preserve the educational environment the best we can, but also allow the contractors to be able to get their job done and get this project going and completed, because we only have a certain timeline. And we have to get it done by state law within that timeline on the bond dollars and the matching grant dollars.
Yeah, there has been tedious coordination, utility coordination and interconnectivity coordination with the power upgrade, and how that will work with all of the different phases, both now and potential future district phases. And so we had kind of had to work that in a backwards direction, because we had to figure out what the service needed to be. So in all of the documents, there's a sheet in there that speaks to what the phasing is, what different phases of the project, what different components of the projects are dependent on one another. So that they're all pretty intertwined and pretty coordinated. And by virtue of doing that, we had to consider the impact of the students, and also the impact of the functioning of the school. And so we have already a pretty good idea of like, okay, this is how it's going to work. We've been, strategic about, where the contractor staging areas are, how to build this, and then at the end cut it in so that it can kind of work separately, where the students come in and out, strategically figure out, okay, well, if they come in this door, then they can come in this door. So we've done quite a bit of that already. We just need to put it together and put it down on paper.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. I wanted to echo what you said about the bond committee. And so thank you to everybody for helping prioritize this, because it's outstanding. I'm a little concerned about the prioritization of an HVAC system going in, but we're not replacing windows. So talk me through a little bit of what that looks like. We have these old windows in place. We're going to be losing heating. We're going to be getting heat inside. We have this brand new HVAC system, and our teachers and students are still freezing cold or sweating hot. So where does that come into? I know that it didn't hit the budgeting, and I know it didn't hit that, and I do see it as a possible, contingency piece of things, or an alternate project. But I wanted to hear what your engineers are saying about that and things like that.
Yeah. So when you look at overall project scope of things, and then as you applies to what the bond project portion is, you look at, okay, what you try to take the biggest bites off that you can, that requires the most expertise, because those sorts of things are really hard to self-perform. So Keenan could probably do it, but I don't think he would want to put a new HVAC system in the gym. Okay. But he could pretty easily replace some windows. And so I know that there's a energy, function to that. But it comes down to, okay, worst case scenario, if, we do have a funding shortfall. This is something that could be facilitated and self-performed in an easy fashion. So, and I agree with you. I mean, why do we, have something completely, super efficient and then the surrounding, the box is not,
I mean, I'm all for an
accommodating to
HVAC
it.
system that actually works 365 days a year. No complaints there. Just
Yeah,
the
no, that's,
logistics of it.
that's a good question, but that was part of the rationale.
Okay.
Also, there are energy grants and that come along every once in a while that have to do with building envelope efficiency.
Yes.
So if you were to get one of those, it might contribute to having the school district self-perform and pay for a portion of that.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so I just want to concur with what Scott is saying. 'Cause we've talked about this a lot. And we do know that the windows over time, the district can either chip away at it, or there could be an energy grant that comes around. I've done a number of these projects with energy grants, and you never know when they're coming and when they are. Sometimes it's politics, sometimes it's environment, who knows? But, when they come around, you want to be able to take advantage of it. And so that's kind of, I concur exactly with what he's talking about there.
and to kind of build on that and maybe just take a little sidestep, one of the things that works is beneficial with the HVAC work is that in the overall budget of the school, there's a certain amount of money that goes to fuel for the boilers. Okay, and seeing as how that's like $5.50 and it's going up. Sometimes that number can be pretty significant. When the use of that fuel is gone and replaced by electric heat, which is way more efficient. Boilers are like 40% efficient. What we're going to be doing is in the 90s. You're going to have in the overall budget this fuel that money that's there that you don't need, that you have now. And so what a lot of school districts do is they say, okay, by way of our energy savings, we will utilize that to chip away at some of the other things. So that's another strategy that's pretty common that works really well when you do increase efficiencies like this.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, I guess not. Unless,
Time for board questions.
well, yeah, it's kind of what I was putting in, actually. Does anybody else have questions?
Did you want to cue that video of the VOC or?
Yeah, Nathan, can you cue that video for us?
So we did a little, we did an animation to help explain the functionality and to see where we landed after our multiple versions and value engineering processes to get this VOC building to where absolute most efficient.
We're supposed to get up and dance now, right?
Don't they have a class for that at J-term?
This is something we're really excited about, is the new vocational CTE center.
So just something real quick to help you guys understand what the project consists of.
That'll be the facility that is about how many square feet? 3,500? And will be the roof, and half of it will be enclosed, half of it will not.
Correct.
But also that the part that's not enclosed is going to give us a lot of flexible space.
Yeah, we've designed the systems. We've left room where in the mechanical platform. So all of the mechanical equipment will be enclosed so that some stuff isn't sitting out. That will help the life expectancy of those pieces of equipment be longer. So it's kind of there's a kind of a bonus truss area that has all of the stuff you don't want the students messing with, and it will be protected. We've designated space in there for future mechanical equipment to feed the covered storage area when you want to put a wood shop in, when you want to put the forestry classroom in. We've designed what the layout needs to be. We've looked at all the egress paths. We have all of the future connections all determined. So we're trying to be proactive in giving the school district some flexibility in that way. So on the covered side, that's an expansion area, but right now it will serve as a storage space.
So what's enclosed right now is can you share with them? what
Yeah,
have
so we
enclosed
have
so far?
a welding shop with welding booths and metal working equipment. There's a technical classroom, very similar to what the curriculum is in the current one, and roughly about the same size. There is a self-venting paint booth that can be utilized for painting for specific projects. It's located strategically so that when the wood shop goes in, it will have dual access from both sides. So both the wood shop and the metal shop can use the same thing. There is two bathrooms. There's a cleanup area. There's a secure front entrance, double vestibule front entrance with a card reader and electronic access control so that, because it's standing out in its own island. And then there's an office, and the office is configured so that both shop areas can be seen strategically from one point in the office. So if there's a teacher teaching two classes or however that works, visual supervision of both spaces can be done at the same time.
We'll be running forestry through their woods, metals, graphic design, paint booth.
Yep.
Automotive.
Yep, and it's a frame structure, 10-foot plate height, manufactured trusses, 2-pitch, metal roofing. Very simple. We've tried really hard to make sure that all of the measurements are on even footage, so we don't waste materials when we build it. We value engineered the heck out of it, and so I'm cross our fingers.
This is something we're very excited about because we think it'll attract students to our district. There are other districts who built similar centers, and it's just been so popular. And keep kids out of them. So they're pretty amazing.
Yeah. So I'm excited. We're blazing forward, and we got all cylinders firing.
Are you
I'm
going to
good.
go forward and talk about the bond some more?
No, I've done that by
Okay.
interacting, so I'm good right there. So
All
we'll be
right,
moving on to there.
so I want to take this time for 1 second to hope that you guys have patience with me. I'm a little nervous right now with this being my first big meeting. There's a lot of agenda, so I apologize for some of the screw ups. And I hope you bear with me for a little bit, and I will get it all together eventually. So now our next one is the financial report. Nancy Hall.
Board and Superintendent Gallagher, you have the
current financial report in your packet. And I can go over some of the highlights of that. Probably the main highlight is the May adjustment that's coming up. And that's the adjustment for the 2020-2021 school year. And that's going to be approximately $820,000. The reason for that is there was an underestimation of the number of students that would be attending school. And so the way the state school fund works, you send in your estimates in December. So in this case, they would have gone in December of 2019. And then the school year starts July 1st of 2020. You do your best that you can at estimating. And then as the year goes on, each period, there's a actual reporting of ADMW. The state makes adjustments to payments to school districts during that year. The final reconciliation isn't until the year after. So this May is the reconciliation for the 2020-2021 school year. And again, the original estimate went in December of 2019. It was extremely low. There were some new programs, I believe, added during the year. And so the total number of students went up considerably. And that, is a good amount of money to be receiving at any time. So that is figured into the May estimate for the state school fund. There is no state school fund payment in June. So they reconcile the prior year, give you a final estimate for the current year. So that is probably the biggest change that you see in the financial report. The expenditures, the salaries and benefits have continued to go up through the year as new staff are hired to accommodate the programs that are going on. And so we do have an anticipated ending fund balance, which will be further explored during the budget committee meeting next Thursday night. We'll go really in depth into every single one of these areas. So did you have any specific questions for me?
Can I ask why salary expenditures in June are almost double?
Yeah.
Is that
Yes.
a normal expenditure or what is that?
It is. Teachers get 12 payments, 12 checks a year. They start in September, so they actually get 3 checks in June. And that's why you'll see that across districts throughout the state, that you'll get that big bump up in June. So that's 3 months worth of salary and 3 months worth of benefits.
So that kind of follows along with anything that has to do with benefits in general. So like for employee benefits also, we're going to see a big jump because it's
Yes,
all paid at one time.
exactly.
Okay.
And those are for the July and August. So for instance, for medical insurance, there's 3 postings in June to pay for June, July, and August.
So our carryover went down considerably.
So the projected carryover in the budget was 1,696,388. And then in addition to that, we're projecting right now almost another 800,000 in addition to that.
Oh, addition,
Yes.
okay. Okay.
And the main part of that is that May adjustment for the prior year.
Okay.
Any other questions? Looking forward to the budget meeting next week.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. now we're on to the action items.
Action items and those be one.
Okay.
So we're gonna start with that. So booster club.
And,
It's under tab 10. for those.
okay, so because there's nothing here, do I ask if there's any questions or anything about that, or just a motion to go forward?
Just a motion to approve, and we've already reviewed.
Under action items, number A is the Booster Club grants. Is there a motion? to go forward.
Well, can we discuss that a little bit? Because I guess I missed it through this reading. What are the grants for and how much?
So the first one is for
For the
the
flag.
property. Yes, the first one is for the flag.
And that was 3,700, right?
3729 for the
What is that?
3729 for the Draper Patriot motorized flag to go in the gymnasium.
Okay, and then the second one, let's see,
Uh, It's for an outdoor propane forced air heater for the Alsea football team. $500. And an all-weather heavy-duty American flag for the football's field's flagpole, estimated at $60, and funds to install an outdoor light and timer to shine on the flag from dusk to dawn, estimated at $200.
John?
Yes,
I
go
have a
ahead.
correction,
Yeah,
sorry.
please.
I didn't know that you guys had the original one. The heater is not included in that.
Oh, it's not.
CPI, it is, but we're keeping ownership of it and the school is using it.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying?
all right.
Okay, but this other CPI stuff, that has to be paid by the school because it's on the school property.
Okay.
So it's not the dollar amount so much as whether we want them to go ahead and do the projects.
well, I think you have to look at the dollar amounts too.
So they have the grants to pay for them.
It's all grants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all grants.
So we're
there's
not
no
paying for
funding.
any of
Oh,
it?
gosh, no.
Right.
No,
No, it's all grant funded.
Can I make can we change any of the grant information or does that require it to
Nope.
go back through a whole process?
It's
So-
required, it's already been granted.
Can we
The grantor is already granted it.
add an addendum that the superintendent name's wrong on here for
What?
the CPI?
Oh,
I think it was still approved while Mr. Thielman was still as
Yep.
in, so we don't update that, we just keep that the same.
The CPI one?
Yeah.
No, because it was done while he was here and, yeah.
Okay.
Going forward, we just did another one that doesn't have to do with you guys, but if it did, obviously that would be changed.
Yeah.
Right.
so we're a little bit behind on the timeline on this. That they've already received the funds, the grants have already been submitted. So really what you're approving tonight is the acceptance of those,
To do the
those,
project, right?
those
Projects,
projects.
yeah.
Yes.
So I will make a motion to approve the Alsea Booster Club grants for both the indoor and outdoor flags.
I second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
It has been passed and approved. The next one is the high school team overnight stay. The motion to approve that.
How many kids?
Eight.
How many chaperones?
To myself and Amy Hart.
I'm sorry, is this through, are we funding this or are the kids paying for this? Sorry.
It would be through the athletic department, Jordan,
Okay.
the reservation.
It's normal for a
Yep.
district to fund district track meet.
So I'll make a motion to approve our high school team overnight. High school track team, sorry, overnight trip.
There's a second.
I second.
So Racine motions and Ryan seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have a aye? Okay. Then the motion, the item has been passed. So now the next one is a May 13th makeup day. Apparently, we had a bunch of days that we were out, but it somehow sifted down to one makeup day currently. Going forward, if we miss any days for snow or anything, there would be more, but is there a motion to approve the May 13th makeup day?
I make a motion to approve the May 13th makeup day.
A second?
Second.
So we're seeing, makes the motion and Deb approve, seconds. All those in favor? And item D is Kean's shed rebuild. Is a motion on table to approve that?
So wait, this is for,
That new shed.
so I'm gonna ask to table this. We don't have all of the numbers for this, so I'm gonna ask to table it. We don't have the bid, we don't have the cost, we don't have permit costs, we don't have anything. So
Is everybody else in agreement with tabling that item?
I'm in agreement to that. I'd like to see just the outline of everything before we approve it. However, can we allow can we as a group allow though that he do the cost estimate with the permit and have things ready to submit upon approval if we all agree on the cost for next month? So can we make a motion to allow him to continue through that process? Or does he need that? Can you just direct him to do that?
Keenan, what's our timeline on this?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
I'd like to jump on it right after school. The sooner we can get it passed, sooner I can get permits, so I can get you what material is going to cost and get you basically what it's gonna cost minus.
But you got like 6 to 8 weeks for permits, right? So we should be able to get it through on the next board meeting without.
Yeah.
We have a little bit better idea on costs.
Yeah.
Do you need a motion from us at all on anything, or can you give him the?
All I need is for you to move to table until the next meeting with further information.
I moved to table.
But again, it's not gonna be a solid number.
No, but we'll have a better idea with timing and total budget.
Yeah,
'Cause when
let's
you s-
move to table this until we get further estimates of cost and permits.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, and Christine has seconded. Now, all in favor?
Aye.
We have unanimous. So we have tabled item D, and now we go on to new Bell system, emergency intercom system. Is there a motion to approve that?
I have a question on that one really quick. Does this budget quote take into account the expansion that we're doing for the BOC building, any additional rooms, things like that, or is that going to be an additional cost? Or I guess, are we preparing for the future, or are we just looking at today's cost?
Keenan?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. what?
No, you're just fine. So the cost for the new Bell system, is this take into account putting that into the VOC building as well as any additional classrooms, or is
That
this just today's
that is
cost?
just For this, yes, the buildings.
Okay.
have-
Thank
they
you.
are addable. And there's no hardwire and there's nothing to plug and play system. It can be added after.
The neat thing about this system is it's wireless. So
Oh, yes.
you literally just plug in another unit in another space and it connects with the master,
And this is something we really need right now.
of course. This is a
Right
huge,
now, we have a telephone that goes off, and then you gotta walk over and do the bells. I am the bell, actually, I'm bell right now.
I do think it's a safety. I do
I'm the
think,
bell.
I do think it's a safety concern for our
Huge safety.
kids too. If we don't have functioning bell systems in the school for emergency evacuations and things like that, we can't, as great as Nicole obviously is as a bell ringer. I know that I think we want all of our kids and staff notified at the same time.
So on that, the other papers that you have along with that, which is the we have both the systems together. I was gonna say there's one full intercom. That has this.
I have one more question. Sorry. Does this include the preschool? I have a problem with that. I'd like to consider paying to have the preschool on the same system. We have kids there that
I
if we have
think an extra-
lockdowns on a campus,
I think an extra unit is only what, $300 or something? It's not that
And like I
much.
said, it's totally fine. That was just to get the main campus done and the system is can be added to without any extra cost other than the material. So.
Perfect.
So is that all the discussion?
You really want to ask me that question?
No. Does anyone have a motion on the table to approve of the new bell system, emergency system with an addition of an extra unit for the preschool?
I motion to approve the new bell system and emergency intercom system. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Approved. So, the next item is the instructional calendar for the 2022-23 year final.
So, Madam Chair, I just noticed that the memo that went with this was last month's memo. We're actually wanting the board to make its final approval on this tonight.
And I will add to that also that Mr. France did get this to us a couple weeks ago via email too. So we
Yes.
were able
Yes.
to review this. So thank you for that.
Right. So do I have a motion to do this?
I motion to approve our instructional calendar for 2022-2023.
Is there a second? Second. Christine motions. Deb seconds, and all those in favor? Approved. Bond list priority.
Not sure why that's on there because we did that last meeting. I think there was an oversight there.
Okay,
We already approved that last meeting.
so,
Yeah.
I
huh?
thought we did it at the board meeting.
No.
It was told to bring you here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Told you it's getting late.
So this is what we just went through.
Yes, yes. This is the memo from Scott Marshall, the architect, back to us after we had sent them here's what we think the priority list, but we need you to look at it in terms of the engineering side, which was what he explained tonight. And so, yes, we need final board approval on this, saying that this is the priority list. And you've already had lots of Q&A on this tonight already. So.
All right, so once again, is there a motion to approve the priority list for the bond?
I will make a motion to approve the bond priority list.
A second.
Brian seconds. Christine makes the motion, approved. Now we come to the superintendent's contract for renegotiation to, what is this, till the 30th of June and 23?
Yes, so this, if the contract is approved, it'd be for next school year, starting July 1st of 2022 and ending June 30th of 2023. The board voted last meeting to negotiate a contract with me in good faith. So Ron, who was the chair at the time, and I looped in COSA, and this is the contract that he and I agreed to. He signed it, but it doesn't make it official. His signature is more just symbolic at this point rather than official. It's going to take the board to approve it tonight to move forward with the contract.
And does that have to be a unanimous vote?
Just has to be, we have a quorum, it has to be a Majority vote.
So I've had a chance to go through this and I kind of wanted to just take a second to talk through some of this.
Please do.
Especially since there's a couple of new people. So I think it is not a secret that we have a cultural issue in our school and we're looking to hire somebody as an acting superintendent to come in here and help with that. Part of the discussion when we hired an acting superintendent was, do we put something out for an interim? Do we wait and see? And that window has passed, in my opinion. This is my opinion. I'm just gonna kind of caveat that one. So we talked and we voted to discuss with, to move forward with extending the contract and with the negotiation that Ron and Mr. Gallagher had worked out. I will be transparent. I am in favor of continuing on with Mr. Gallagher at this point. We have a lot of issues that he has worked with our lawyers on. He's gone through a lot of other areas to look at, where do we have expenditures that are off? What are we doing in this building as a whole for, pay for staff, the HR reset, policies, all of that. In my experience, when you stop that clock and you look for doing something else and you bring somebody else in or anything that happens at that point, my experience is you stop all forward momentum and you cause more confusion. You cause what has happened, what I've seen in the past is you will see a mass exodus of people who felt like they had trust building, and then that was just depleted. And then as we're in a spot right now of building trust and continuing forward, I definitely appreciate Ron putting this together and I support moving forward. I'd also like to continue on with the path as the board had previously agreed that extending this contract through June of 2023 was something, and then we would also be looking at opening for a full-time superintendent in the fall of 2022 for applicants to actually put their names in to be considered for a full-time position, which Mr. Gallagher could do if he wanted to. But it also opens it up with COSA, OSBA, and any candidates that want to come in and apply for a full-time superintendent position. So that's my overview and my opinion, but I'll leave it there.
So this coming fall is when it would be opened up?
Yep, fall of 2022.
What was suggested in the past was that we would start in September, late September, after school started, and start looking at.
Start
options.
advertising and.
Yeah.
That's the ideal time to start. For a superintendent.
There's no ideal time.
Well, and I will say that does come
There
from
is
like
no-
OSBA and
Bless
COSA
you.
really talks about that ideal time and that ideal window. And they have been really an integral part of getting candidates in front of us. So I would think we would want to partner with that again and do that process. But that's looking 3, 4, 5 steps ahead.
I agree with what Racine has said, and that if we break it up now, we've gone through a lot and gone a long ways in getting ourselves motivated in a new direction with a different way of thinking. And if we balk now, we will have issues. I believe that. So once again, we have a motion. Do we have a motion to approve Mr. Gallagher's contract?
I will make a motion to approve the superintendent contract.
Second? Anyone?
Can't. We haven't been here
Uh,
long enough. I think we need to have some discussions. I'm just not comfortable with doing it yet. I don't know if you can table it another session or however you want to do it. But right now, I don't know him well
Would you have anything to add to that, Sean?
So if I may.
Yes.
Yeah.
Small rules in our procedure, the chair can make a motion and second it.
Well, because of what we've been through and the fact that these guys can't do it because they're too new. I make the motion and second the motion that we continue with signing Mr. Gallagher's contract until 2023, June 30th. Is there, yeah, all in favor? Opposed? Okay.
How about abstain? So there's for it,
Okay.
against it. and
Does
abstain.
anybody abstain from voting?
I just need more time. I mean, we just sat here, I mean, we've been here for an hour and we're approving the superintendent's contract. So, I mean, I haven't even been able to read through it, so.
All right. Well,
So Vincent, I'm gonna actually look to you for a little bit of help here. So we have to have votes regardless of, so it's for, against, or abstain, right?
Correct. So Madam Chair, I would recommend that you take a roll call vote, starting, recommends or that's no vote. Abstain from voting.
No, I don't
No.
abstain. I motioned for it, so I say yes.
So I would recommend that you continue. So we'll have a second vote.
okay. We need to have a vote on this, and so I'm gonna start with roll call. Is Deb Limber? Have you vote?
No.
Christine?
Yes.
vote?
Yes.
No. And Ryan?
I abstain.
All right, we have, and what, do I get to vote? Yeah, I say yes. So we have 2 yeses, 2 nos, and an abstaining.
Three of them.
So the motion to extend Mr. Gallagher's contract has failed.
So we have essentially 30 days with our superintendent. Next steps, can you advise on that?
We still have a superintendent for a little bit longer. The board could reconsider the contract, or you could initiate an interim search. For the two or you could attempt to find another step in.
Negotiations of contract happen in executive session, correct? So the negotiation of the contract has to happen in executive session.
Negotiation usually happens in private between an individual board member and the administrator.
Okay.
That's usually how that happens.
So, I think that the negotiations for his contract has already been made, haven't they? So it's not a question of negotiation.
No, I'm trying to understand steps forward, honestly.
Well, if we have to go back and look for another one, I suggest that we continue steady of course and choose to look for someone outside of the LC area so that we can carry on through with our mission of trying to get the school straightened out. My suggestion.
So can we not have another meeting about this before? Okay, well, I'm for that. I mean, I've been here an hour and
You want a
I'm
special
signing
meeting?
contracts that I haven't even read, so
How much time would you need?
I think we just need all the discussion. And I need to be able to go through and read this.
So you could make a motion to table the agenda item to a future meeting.
I make the motion to table it to a future meeting.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Can we set a time for future meeting?
Yeah,
So, yeah, you could have said the next meeting.
the next meeting, whatever works for anybody,
Well,
everybody else.
We've only got 30 days on his contract.
I can do it tomorrow. I'm good at any
I-
time.
Can we put a special session on the calendar to
Yeah.
allow for research to occur, conversations to happen with the superintendent, which has been something that Mr. Gallagher's been open to also to answer any questions and things like that.
Perfect. That's what I want.
Perfect. So could we?
Like I said, this is the first time I met him, so
So what about 17th of May? Next
Perfect.
Tuesday,
Is that okay with you, Robert?
6 o'clock?
perfect. Sure.
How about you? 17th of May?
I would say yes. Yeah,
What did she say?
well, I'm not looking at my calendar, but
It's Tuesday. next Tuesday.
we'll
No,
make
I
sure it
don't know
happens.
that.
We'll make sure it happens.
No, I know, sorry. Yes. So I'll make a motion to hold a special session on May 17th to evaluate superintendent contract
What time does anybody?
at 7 PM.
7 or 6?
6?
I heard 6.
I'm good.
6.
I second.
Okay, 6 PM. So the motion is made and seconded that we have a special meeting on the 17th of May, Tuesday, to talk through the contract and go further with this. Is anybody in favor?
Aye.
Is it- Okay, motion has passed. That's May 17th at 6 PM. So the next agenda item is the superintendent has reorganized, suggested chart of reorganization for the staff. And so is there a motion to go forward with that? Or
Sorry, before we go forward with it, did you guys is there any discussion that wants to happen on this, since this is the first time you guys have seen this org chart?
I've seen them here and there, but no, I'm good with it right now.
you're good with it?
Yeah,
I have a question about the Title IX coordinator position.
Sure.
Is that a necessary full-time position?
No,
Okay,
no,
Or is
no.
is that part of the AD's like requirements to hold the AD position that they be a
No.
title? I don't know what that looks like.
No, Title IX is usually attached to another administrative type position within the district. And you send this person to some specific training on how to conduct Title IX investigations. And there's certain requirements that we're not complying with right now in regards to Title IX. And I think it's important that people understand that Title IX is not just athletics. Title IX has to do with bullying and harassment of a sexual nature, or those sorts of deals, and those can get very emotionally charged really, really fast. And the best thing you can do is have your own Title IX coordinator that can handle some of those investigations internally. But it's also an interesting challenge within a small school district or small community, because then oftentimes you get people that think that, oh, just because he knows so-and-so or they know that, and you want an unbiased look. And so I'm working with the ESD right now to try and find ways that we can share Title IX coordinators with other districts. So maybe we have a case that our Title IX coordinator, they're related by marriage to so-and-so, and they have this and that. And, it's a very common tale in a small school district that we could borrow their Title IX coordinator to come in, no skin in the game, but conduct the investigation. And so, no, it's not a full-time position. It's usually something that is attached to an existing position, but you do send them to training. Now, larger districts, talking real large district, it would be a full-time position, but not for us.
So apologize for having a bunch of questions on the spot like this, but historically, we've done a lot of, historically, some things that have happened have been like, when I look at like the technology director, we've given stipends to teachers to have dual roles and things like that. Are we looking at, when I look at this org chart and I see a technology director, is it one person handling this, or is that, or are there pieces of some of this that are stipend out to other staff members in the building?
Normally, you want one person to be your technology director. That would not be a full-time position for this size of district. It's usually attached to something else. Like, currently we have Nathan serving in that capacity, and he's teaching part-time and also doing the technology stuff part-time for us.
And is that kind of the vision you continue to see moving forward, and if for our district with the size of it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with the support of the ESD with their tech department. They're helping us with a lot of the high-end stuff. So we don't need a technology engineer. We just need a technology director, someone who's overseeing the interests of the district and then pulling in outside resources as needed.
Okay. All right. That's my question.
Okay.
Any other questions amongst the board? So is there a motion to accept that organizational chart as presented?
I motion to approve the organizational chart.
I second. I second.
Brian has motioned and Steen has seconded. All those in favor? Motion has passed. What exactly is this?
The resolution,
No, this one. Oh,
bus purchases, we're on teacher resolution or teacher appreciation resolution.
yeah. Oh, what is
I
that?
can explain.
Okay, would you explain the teacher resolution, appreciation resolution?
Yes, Madam Chair. Every year, there's a teacher appreciation week that is set aside to appreciate our teaching staff. And this is done statewide. And this is a resolution that is recommended through OSBA that we approve. We just forgot to get it in the last board packet. So the teacher appreciation week has already occurred, but I think it's always important that the board does recognize our teaching staff and the value that they have for our staff and students, particularly our students. So my recommendation is that the board approve this resolution. It's just simply recognizing teachers for the good hard work that they do.
So I'll make a motion to approve the teacher appreciation week resolution.
I second.
Christine has made the motion and Ryan has seconded. All those in favor? Aye. So we're on to bus purchases, and I believe they were Kings Valley and
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, Rich is here and he is our assistant transportation person. And I'm gonna kind of ask him to kind of present this. Sorry, Rich, we should have talked about this earlier.
Oh, that's
Putting you on the
fine.
spot.
This is to replace two buses, one at Kings Valley, one at WLA, that are grant eligible buses and already been approved. And we're just requesting these. I think these may have been missed on prior board meetings. We're trying to catch up. because we had 5 buses approved with grants. We've already received 2 buses, and then these other 2 will be required to bring our schools up to the EPA requirements, because January 1st of 2025, buses 2007 and older cannot be used by public schools anymore. And that's what brings this requirement. And the grant, PW grant, helps us with 30% of the cost of the bus gets reimbursed to the school.
We have spent a lot of time looking at our transportation needs and contracts. We're still in the process, but this is a solid request. And yeah, we had a little bit of miscommunication and misunderstandings at some point along the way, quite a while ago. And so this is kind of cleaning up what should have been in front of the board a while back, but I can justify that we've evaluated this and this is the right thing to do.
So is there a motion on the table to approve the purchase of the 2 buses?
Did you say that we're looking at the contract overall of,
Both WLA and Kings Valley.
Yeah, I'd like to know a little more about that whole situation.
and if we
Sure.
approve these this evening, and something changes in those contracts, are the expenditures still on LC, or do those school districts buy those buses from us? How does that work? Do we know that
Trying to
information?
remember, I'm looking at Nancy.
So the current contracts do state that if the contract is terminated, then those entities would own the buses and they would pay the difference between what was still owned.
Okay.
The new contracts, I do not believe that's still in draft language. I don't think that has changed in the draft.
Yeah, we've not discussed changing that, but we have been in negotiations with both Kings Valley and WLA. And we were hoping that we could bring those contracts to you tonight, but it just hasn't happened yet. And we are working on this quickly as we can.
So do we want to move forward or? is
Well, I'm
someone
looking
thinking
down
table?
this buses originally asked for, 2022, 68,000. We have 2023, 119,000. And then 2023, 147,000. So are we? Yeah, so
So this whole plan is, there's buses originally asked for a long time ago.
mhm,
Buses we are now emitting,
okay,
okay, and then buses we are requesting. That's part of our looking at this in terms of what truly are our transportation needs. And we feel this is the most cost effective that will cover our transportation needs to be able to deliver services not only to our brick and mortar system here in LC, but also to WLA and Kings Valley Charter School.
so we're looking at a total cost of 506,494. And then taking out the 151 in the grants.
Well, the DEQ of 30%, that's a down payment upon delivery for each individual bus.
So that's
And then-
not including the grants.
And then amount to finance.
Well, I can't.
So where's the grants come in play in that?
The grants reimburse the down payment.
So the grants would take over the 151.
Once the old buses are destroyed, and there's a process for that, requires several steps, then the EQ gives us that 30% back.
Okay.
If you're curious why those 2 buses we're talking about for approval tonight are different prices, in the grant process, you have to replace each particular bus with a bus of the same class, same horsepower, etc. So the bus for Kings Valley is a type C 77 passenger. The one for WLA is an 84 passenger rear engine. And then, like I say, they have to be that in order to be eligible for the grants, which are approved.
Okay, but that was my question because it was 506. And I didn't see where those grants were coming into play.
Right.
Well, and those grants won't completely cover those down payments because there's only grants on 2 of them.
Actually, there's 5 approved grants, but we're only gonna utilize 4 of them.
I only see 2 on here. Am I missing something? I could be missing something. I'm okay with that.
So are you telling me the grants are gonna be the 151,000?
It's going to, yes, that sounds right.
And over time, you get back 70% of the cost. Is that right, Nancy? No.
No, that formula doesn't apply to bus purchases.
Okay.
Yeah, because this one memo that Carmen gave us has only got the 2 grants on there. So the Bluebird 77 passenger and then the rear engine 84 passenger is the only 2 that shows the grant. So is there another grant that,
The other 2 buses, which we've already received, one for King Valley and one for Alcee, were approved
Okay.
several months ago.
okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you. So I'll make a motion to purchase the bus if there's no more discussion needed.
You guys have a discussion? Do I hear a second?
I will second that. I'll second it.
You second it. You have motions. 15 seconds. All those in favor? Back to item approved. Right, we seem to have been bogged down on this whole situation here, so I know that we've gotten the information out ahead of time and that we've had the opportunity to look at it. But we've been going through a lot of stuff, and so I'm suggesting that maybe we have a brief discussion item added to the agenda so that we can discuss these things with it. Does anybody think that's a good idea?
To discuss the board business one or to discuss action items?
Yeah, well, to discuss these action items. Because we're sitting here discussing them and deciding because we don't quite know what we're. It feels to me like it would go a lot smoother and faster if we could
Yes.
sit here and say, well, Rich's comments about the buses. And so we had all the information together and we could just pass the action item. That we then sit here and go, wait a minute, I want to discuss this.
I think that's what, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's what we have the board packet for ahead of time now so that we can approve it quicker. I think we're all maybe just getting used to that process.
Sometimes you still have questions.
And
And
the fact
so
we
I still
haven't
need to have
seen any of
questions.
this, So it's gonna take longer tonight to get through it than.
Well, and I just feel in order to make an informed decision, you still have to ask questions.
Well, I
And have others'
understand.
opinions.
So in order for me to vote, I have to ask a question.
I understand.
Do you want an entirely new section like we had, like our discussion items in the
Discussion
past?
then
or-
action.
Well, I was just asking if anybody felt comfortable with that.
I
If
think
you-
it's
if
fine
you're-
the way it is.
That's okay. Let's have it the way it is then.
Well, I think that it'll go faster. I think it will go faster, but you're having to catch us up on everything.
Yeah.
And there's like, we could have a bus discussion that could take quite a long time because we are way behind.
Yeah.
I was called a hater when this all first
So-
started, so.
So it's, honestly, it is going slow.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, guys, I'm the new
but
board
that's
chair,
okay.
so I'm really
Right.
slow too. and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
stuttering
all of
at
us, so.
everything. So, we just have to walk through it, but,
Right.
all right.
Well, I'd like to go through it way faster too.
Okay, so Mr. Gallagher, would you please take forward the discussion about the board business?
Yes, Madam Chair. Just again, a reminder, but we have a OSBA summer conference coming up. Shirley has reserved 2 spots for board members to attend. It's an excellent conference, and I do believe one of you, is it you, Christine, that said,
I would like to go, yes.
so I think there would need to be possibly another one that goes.
If nobody else, I'll take it.
Okay, that's up to board.
I don't wanna-
Okay, sounds like we got
Alright,
the 2.
so, Ryan,
And we also reserved a spot for whoever is your superintendent to go to, because oftentimes it's a really good time for board members and superintendents to attend sessions together. And you talk about a whole bunch of different myriad of things that have, and it's sponsored by OSBA. So they're there to train up board members, and it's really good for people to go to. So if we have our 2 chosen, make sure you talk to Shirley so she gets your name submitted and all the information. So yeah, we'll have to look at hotels too. And then board chair cafe, and that's really for your new board chair to participate in. You can read that information there. And then there's OSBA boardsmanship training dates from Mr. Vince Adams. And these are the dates on this memo that he has given me that he is available to do some additional training. And I think it'd be really good to focus on boardsmanship 101, complaint procedures, and ensuring board meetings are both efficient and effective. And Vince, you want to talk a little bit more about that at all, or?
Well, I mean, you covered the big area, the bullet point that we wanted to cover. I mean, clearly, you have new board members, so, you know, workmanship 101 is definitely in order. So that, because, you know, none of us knew how to be board members until we got elected onto the school board. There's no class in high school where they teach you, you know, school governance, and there's no requirement that any of us have any experience in school administration or pedagogy or yeah, that's definitely there. And as you guys are working through this, I'm doing an analysis. And what's going on with the analysis you guys are working tonight. So that would be individual for the training.
So Vince, do you need just one night for them to choose, a series of different nights? Are you talking 2 nights in a row?
It depends on how much. I mean, you know, this board has gone through a lot. So it started, really depends on the commitment the board wants to make, how much time you want to put into your own development. I would also suggest that you consider it for self-assessment, probably after we do that, roles and responsibilities. New members, you know, have survey, receive those areas. That could be another path forward. To do that survey, that training, and then maybe later in the summer. Come back. So there's lots of options. But I'm really not an advocate of one and done. You know, 3 hours of training doesn't get it done. This is about cultivating positive board culture where you're working together as a governing team. It's also about cultivating skills needed to be an effective board, and you can't do that.
So I guess my question to the board would be, do you want to schedule regular training dates for Vince to come and facilitate? How does that correspond with OSB summer conference? How does that correspond with your schedules?
I'd like to see 2 or 3 dates. I know one of the things that we have failed at in the past, and I say fail because it's okay to fail because you can succeed afterwards, but we haven't written goals as a board in quite some time. And I think before we can actually set goals, it'd be really nice to have a couple of sessions of education on what, you know, what do we expect of each other? What, you know, what's our role, the complaint policy, and then having maybe a time before school starts, be able to write goals as a group and be able to present those to the staff and students and things like that. That's my opinion.
I think that'd be good.
I'm open anytime after 3, after 5, really.
I'm looking at May 31st. Somebody have any conflicts then? can do June 7th or 8th also. I just can't do the
You
week.
what?
I can do June 7th or 8th. I cannot do the 13th, 15th, and 16th.
I'm the 7th and 8th. Okay,
Can we do the 8th is the night before our board meeting, just FYI. So I'm just trying, so we would have a training and then a board meeting the next night.
Yeah, senior back.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
okay, so no
So
hate.
22nd or 23rd?
I'm probably busy the last part of June,
So what about next week? We have the 18th.
and we'll have a meeting on the 17th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Want to do the 18th?
And then budget meeting on the 19th.
Oh,
Can't do
packet
that.
full.
I can't do 3 in a row. Sorry.
You said you're
I
out,
got kids.
you're out June 27th through the 30th? Or the 22nd and 23rd?
Just do it. I'll figure it out. Just make it work.
22nd, 23rd?
Let's just do one of them maybe, and then we can
One.
pick another one for the end of July.
Yeah. Sure.
So June what?
May or June to June. I'm looking at
22nd?
Just one of you. Yeah.
It
And
is
how many
also
hours we
streamed
looking
publicly,
at?
so they could still see him.
How many hours that evening are we looking at?
3, and so I would really like to start early. I have the saying, no good board work happens after 9 p.m.
Right,
No
6?
time.
I think that's when we just get started here.
So, yeah. start at
You gotta go
6?
early, right?
Or even meeting, yeah, 6 is fine.
That gives everybody time for dinner. Okay.
If you guys want to roll dinner into it, that's fine. If you guys want to have dinner here, I'm totally fine with that. I'll do that, of course.
June 22nd, is that what I hear?
Is that what
Are
day
you
of
in the
week
office
is
or
that?
you-
Is anybody-
I'm home.
Day of the week?
June 22nd,
Yeah.
6 p.m.
What day? of
It's a
the-
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday.
If you want to do dinner, we can do 5. I don't mind making something and just bringing it.
Let's do 5, because then we can just eat. And
5 and we'll do dinner.
Yep.
I could make an entree if somebody wants to bring a salad. No tomato.
My wife will
No
help.
tomato. Maybe have tomato on the side.
I'm very allergic.
Do we need
The last time it got slipped in my food, I was in the hospital for 3 days.
Oh, no, we're not doing that. So you can't do tomato paste or anything?
Nothing tomato.
do we need a motion on that? Okay, we're good. Okay.
of any shipping that we know about. Just a minute. Anybody wants to throw any kind of ideas, what you want or don't like, just email me and I'll put it together.
The only thing that I have is peanut oil.
Yeah, I don't use peanut oil. So. okay.
Can we take like 5?
Hmm?
Can we take like 5?
Sure.
Recess.
Board is in recess for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm failing here.
tell me that. But the one thing I don't think we talked about was head counts this time around. Do you know if you anticipate the same level of a head count in Learn at Home Oregon as you saw this year, or at least a comparable number?
Yes, right now.
Okay. So we could see this number go up if we do substantially grow it then. We stay with that 60-to-1 ratio. Okay. Do you guys have any questions?
So number 11, 10, please help me. 2020, 2023 staffing for online learning. Is that what you were just talking about, sir?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right. Sorry, I was reading.
I
and
needed the
only
help.
caught part of the conversation. Okay, I'm good.
I make a motion to accept the personnel consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Approved. So, would you like to run through the key dates and calendar updates since we all are?
Sure, sure. There's a whole list of key dates and that we've been kind of talking a little bit about. Budget meeting, of course, May 19th. Kindergarten round up and step up, May 26th, 2:30. Graduation finals week is Tuesday, May 31st to Friday, June 3rd. J term, we have starting up June 6th through Thursday, June 16th. Prom is Friday, June 3rd, 7 to 10 p.m. at the Beazle Barn in Wren. Senior banquet, Wednesday, June 8th at 7 p.m. at the gymnasium. Graduation Friday, June 10th at 7 p.m. at the out of the football field and grandstands. And then 8th grade promotion, June 15th at 6 p.m. Is Mr. Clendenin still here? Anything you want to comment on in terms of graduation that's coming up for board roles? Not sure what has transpired traditionally here or not.
Well, I screwed up all the pandemic and me screwed up all kinds of the tradition things. We used to always be in the gym, so we're still, as the seniors, we're still uncertain about a lot of things early in the year. They felt they wanted to have it outside like it was last year. We'll revisit this topic in the future. So we would love to, we'll be sending out formal invites to all the board members. There'll be seating and stuff, all dignitaries, keynote speakers, superintendent, board members. Yeah, we'll have everybody covered. So you can expect to see that coming out. It's a lot in a hurry, especially, awkwardly, we have school on those Fridays of prom and graduation, which is got my head swimming. So we'll make it work. We always do.
Can you order a sunny day? It was
So,
cold. the
Like last
time.
year, I mean, I'm hoping it obviously doesn't rain, but we do have the tents ordered for special occasions on each side of the stage. So whether it's 95 degrees or it's raining, everybody be protected. Seniors will be protected, everybody be good. So, yeah, we'll do the best we can, Linda. I'm calling favors. Okay.
All right. Can I just really quick while we have you up here and just say thank you to everybody for a second. For the last 2 years, we haven't had anything normal for these kids to do anything. Dances, celebrations, celebrating themselves, celebrating the work, but also all of the teachers that put this together and staff, not just teachers. I know it's everybody. So just thank you for making all of this possible for them so that they can enjoy their senior year and some of the traditions here.
Amen. Like you all that. So, yeah.
Well, that concludes this portion of the open section. We need to close this and go to an executive session, but we will be returning if anybody wants to stay. Next meeting regular meeting would be June 9th, 2022.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Here's
And
this. I
then-
don't think it needs to be on the table.
And then,
You are back live.
there's a motion to set aside the complaint to allow for proper de-escalation process and procedures to occur. We have a vote to, motion, need a second on that motion?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Nope, go right ahead.
I'll
Do you have a
second.
sec- who second?
I'll second.
Christine seconds. All in favor? Aye. Motion has been carried. We, we didn't go through a process. Did not end the meeting and reopen.
We're good.
Okay, now
We
we
went into
can-
open session at 11:01.
Oh, my gosh.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, so this.
Shirley, do you want this?